Good morning. Please have a seat. So as I take my cell phone out of my pocket, I want to remind everyone in the courtroom to put their phones either off or on silent. Do that now, please. Uh, Counsel, I wanted to, let's see, we don't have the defendant out? Let's bring him out, please. I was going to talk to you all in chambers about a couple of things before we started, but I decided to just do it out here while the defendant is out as well. It's more administrative and sort of housekeeping rather than anything else, but okay. Record reflect that the defendant is in the courtroom sitting with counsel at counsel table. So, let's see. I'm sure we did talk about this, but, approach please. But, it has to do more with again, the evidence parts. Two things. One, there has been evidence that's been admitted already, right? I'm more concerned about the big blow-ups, the posters, of the diagrams of the area, because since they're admitted, Let's bring in the jurors, the witnesses. The witnesses, please. Which is my computer now? Is it off? I forget which of the computers. Is it this one? I think they turned it off. Okay. Computer's off.
IT should be in here,
Hmm?
IT's in here somewhere.
It's all right, I get it off. Is it started?
Yeah, he's in the gallery.
I don't even see it on. There it is. Okay, trickle in, please. Witnesses that have been subpoenaed to be here or have requested to be here, please come on in. Everyone, please file in. I know it's a whole bunch of you, and I'm gonna try and, we're gonna get everybody's name on the record, who is here. Anybody else? We'll address that in a minute. Any other witnesses? Come on in. Get on this side for me, please. Can you all step a little bit forward so I can get the people in the back? Thank you. Thank you, right there. And of course, I need to hear who you are, but more importantly, our court reporter does, okay? So make sure you say your name firmly when you are here. If you want to identify yourself as, you know, what agency you work with, you can do that as well. If you don't work with an agency, but you're just here individually as a person for whatever reason, then just your name will be fine. First name and last name. Thank you. We're going to start my far right, identifying yourselves, then we're going to trickle that way. And then as we finish with the back side of it, then we'll come right back in around, okay? All right, let's start over here. Your name and agency if you have.
Jose Hernandez, Court Commissioner's Office, Jail Administrator.
Thank you.
Officer Gregorio de la Cruz, Laredo Police Department.
Lieutenant Ricardo Ramirez, Laredo Police Department.
Sergeant Victor Ricciarelli, Laredo Police Department.
Lieutenant Alfredo Guerrero, with the Laredo Police Department.
Gabriela Rebolledo, with the Laredo Police Department.
Okay.
Angelica Camacho was with the Officer Lizette Castillo, Laredo Police Department. Natalie Sono, retired from the Sheriff's Department.
Thank you.
Aneta Alvarado, with County Sheriff's Office. Gina Santis, with County Sheriff's Office.
Thank you. Up here.
Angelica Hernandez, Sister Lisa. Gabriela Hernandez, Laredo Police Department.
Ricardo Hernandez, brother of.
Thank you. Up down here.
Mary Nunez, Antofrid.
Thank you. All right, over here.
Alberto Cortez Jr., Laredo Police Department. Investigator Juan Ruiz, West County District Attorney's Office.
Thank you.
Antonio Rodriguez, MD.
Thank you, sir. Get to you in a minute.
Gilberto Benavides, Laredo Police Department.
Detective Richard Reyes, Laredo Police Department.
Francisco Novalara, United States Border Patrol.
Thank you.
Bradley Dennison, United States Border Patrol.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Ray, you.
Raimundo Garcia, Laredo Police Department.
Ernesto Elizondo, Laredo Police Department.
All right, everyone has been identified. All of you, please raise your right hand and you will be sworn in.
Do you and each of you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. Did anybody in this big group fail to say yes or I do on that question? Because obviously it's a big group. Anybody? All right. The record reflect that every single one of the persons here that were named, that have been named, answered that question affirmatively. Okay, you have been sworn in as witnesses. You have been called in. I'm going to assume that most of you have been called in by the state as witnesses. Does any, do you have any defense witnesses that you'd like to bring in now, or you want to wait till later for that, Mr. Peña, Mr. Boggs?
Judge, we have no one.
All right, thank you, sir. When that time comes, please understand that the rule will be invoked, and to make sure they don't come into the courtroom during this guilt innocent phase. Okay, so the rule has been invoked. So that means, for those, most of you already know what that means, because I see a lot of familiar faces from the Laredo Police Department and the Sheriff's Office. So those of you who don't know, when the rule is invoked, I am now forced to instruct you, and I hereby do instruct you, that you cannot talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, okay? You cannot be inside of the, you have to be outside of the hearing of this courtroom until your name is called as a witness, okay? You cannot discuss your testimony with each other or with anyone else other than the attorneys for either side, and that's only if you wish to discuss it with them. Also, the same way you can't be in here, you know, listening to testimony, you can't have anybody else here for you and then going back and telling you what the testimony was ahead of you. That will also be a violation of the rule. Now, also, when you come in and you testify, then you can't go back and tell somebody else what your testimony was already. That will also be a violation of the rule. Does everybody understand the parameters of that?
Yes.
All right, very good. Does anybody have any question with regard to the rule? A violation of my instructions and the rule could subject you to being found in contempt, and you could be fined, and you could be jailed in accordance with the parameters of the particular rule. So please refrain from any of that conduct. Now, we expect this case, this phase of this trial, I believe they said maybe a week and a half or so. So I'm not going to have all of you all sit in the hallway waiting until your name is called. But I don't know when your name is going to be called. The ones who have more control over that is in fact the party who in fact had you served with the subpoena of being here, and I imagine that would be the state. So get together with them if you're going to be leaving the hallway of this courtroom, and make sure you know a day ahead if you're going to be testifying the next day. Doctor, for you, we're going to try and give you a more specific time as opposed to just a day, because I don't want to take up your entire day. So make sure that, Mr. Alaniz, I'm sure that you make arrangements with the doctor to make sure that he has a more specific time with regard to him. He probably will testify so that we don't take up his entire day and he can see to his patients. All right, thank you. So, other than that, please make, you have contact information for all these witnesses, Mr. Alaniz? Your team does?
Excuse me, sir?
You have contact information for all of them?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, and we probably get the doctor on before lunch.
okay. All right. Then thank you very much. You're excused for now until you are called as a witness. Thank you. Okay.
One quick question. Some of our witnesses are, which are the mother and the brother, are for punishment, not for the case in chief.
Right. So you want to know if they can stay in the courtroom? I don't think that's, normally it's not a problem if they're not going to be testifying during the guilt and innocence phase. Defense counsel have any objection to that or any comments? Thank you. Okay. Very well, then I got to take care of one more thing. Opening statements, we've given you 40 minutes, but you say might take 30. Defense, you say you will not reserve, you will follow him on the state right after, and you will take about, you said about, all you need is 10. Obviously, I'm giving you more time, but you said you probably only take about 10 minutes. So we'll do it that way. I got to address that one issue that we talked about before I leave. Toward the media. This is a trial that going to have many exhibits. The monitors are up there just so that people can, for the benefit of the folks that are in the gallery, they can follow along and whatnot. I believe strongly in open courts, and this is one of the ways of being able to do that. At the same time, there are many things that are going to come in as exhibits in this trial. I suspect some of them have already been pre-admitted. So I know that there's going to be graphic photographs. The media, you are not allowed, one, to have any part of the jury in your video site, period. The cameras go off when the jury's walking out. Cameras go off when when the jury's coming back in. And I know that there is no camera pointed at the jury box, but I also know that these modern cameras have a way of swinging that way. So please make sure that that does not happen. I know we talked about this already. So, and the guys from the local media, I know that you've talked about this with me already. So please continue to do that. Also, with regard to the exhibits that are going to go up, we are going to do our best. My policy has always been on the outside of monitors, the ones that are not directed toward the jury. We try our best to turn those off when we believe, and this is our discretion alone, that they're going to be graphic. And so those we're going to do our best to turn those off, but I can't guarantee you we're going to get to that. So I know that the state has said that they will give a heads up with regard to that, some sort of when that exhibit is going to be coming up. So it'll help us for that purpose, and it'll also obviously for the benefit of the gallery, family, friends. If you'd like to turn away, step out, it might be a time to do that at that particular moment. Okay? And I know that the state has already probably talked to you all about that. Okay. But I do not want any of that. The final instruction to the media with regard to that, I don't want, especially local media, don't want that on our graphic photos of that nature. Something that you would not, obviously publish. I don't want that on your feed. It's all right. So I think enough said with regard to that, but you know where I'm coming from on that. Thank you. All right. Anything else that leave out? I think that's it. So we'll be back in a few minutes. So we got to take care of one little thing, and then we'll be back and start opening, or not opening, but we'll swear in the jury. We've already sworn in the jury individually, but we'll swear them in together, and we'll remind them of the instructions fully, and then we'll read the indictment, get his plea, get started with opening. Thank you.
Please rise.
Okay, let's get the jury. Please have a seat. Well, actually, remain standing for the jury. And I'll address the conversation at some other point. But for now, the jurors staying. No, it's- Not sure what's going on. Yeah. Go ahead, huh?
Please rise, the jury.
Please have a seat, members of the jury. Thank you. All right, please have a seat. Please have a seat. Actually, members of the jury, Mr. Arniz, if you could please stand. I know that so we haven't seen each other in a while. And when you were first selected to be on this jury, you took an individual oath. But I told you, once you're here, I think I'm going to remind everybody of that oath, but asking all of you to take your oath again. We have 12 members of the jury, and we have 4 alternates who are here with us. Good morning and welcome back. Please, all of you, raise your right hand and be sworn. No, I'll get it. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm that in the case of the state of Texas against the defendant, you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. I have given you all, or left you all on your seat, the jury instructions. I had probably read some of those instructions to you, I know I have, when we were all in a group at the makeshift 49th District Court at TAMU. And then I did some more reading of the instructions to you after you were selected individually at the individual jury selection. Now that you are all together, I am going to go over all of the instructions. So please feel free to follow along or just listen, however you prefer. Members of the jury, you have been chosen to serve on this jury, and because of the oath that you have taken and under your selection for the jury, you have become officials of this court and active participants in our justice system. You have each received a set of written instructions. I am going to read them with you now. Some of them you have heard before and some are new. While in the courtroom and participating in this case, turn off all mobile phones and other electronic devices. Do not communicate with anyone electronically while you are in the courtroom or while you are deliberating. I will give you a number where others may contact you in case of an emergency. Do not record or photograph any part of these court proceedings because it is prohibited by law. To avoid looking like you are friendly with one side of the case, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, witnesses, the parties, or anyone else involved in the case. You may exchange casual greetings like hello and good morning, but other than that, do not talk with them at all. They have to follow these instructions too, so you should not be offended when they do follow the instructions. Do not accept from any favors from the lawyers, the witnesses, the parties, or anyone else involved in the case, and do not do any favors for them. This includes favors such as giving rides and food. Do not discuss the case with anyone, even your spouse or a friend. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your hearing. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your hearing, tell me immediately. We do not want you to be influenced by something other than the evidence admitted in court. Do not talk about the case with anyone during the trial, not even with other jurors until the end of the trial. You should not discuss the case with your fellow jurors until the end of the trial, so that you do not form opinions about the case before you have heard everything. After you have heard all the evidence, received all my instructions, and heard all of the lawyer's arguments, you will then go to the jury room to discuss the case with the other jurors and reach a verdict. Do not investigate this case on your own. For example, do not try to get information about the case, the lawyers, the witnesses, or the issues from outside this courtroom. Do not go to places mentioned in the case to inspect the places. Do not inspect items mentioned in this case until they are presented as evidence in court. Do not try to learn more about the case by looking things up in law books, dictionaries, public record. Do not try to learn more about the case by looking things up on the internet. And do not let anyone else do any of these things for you. This rule is very important because we cannot have a trial based on evidence not presented in open court. Your conclusions about the case must be based only on what you see and hear in the courtroom. All the evidence must be presented in open court so that the parties and their lawyers can test it and object to it. Do not tell other jurors your own experiences or other people's experiences. For example, you may have special knowledge of something in the case, such as business, technical, or professional information. You may even have expert knowledge or opinions, or you may know what happened in this case or another similar case. Do not tell the other jurors about it. Telling other jurors about it is wrong because it means the jury will be considering things that were not presented in open court. During the trial, if taken notes will help focus your attention on the evidence, you may take notes using the materials the court will provide. Do not use any personal electronic devices to take notes. If taking notes will distract your attention from the evidence, you should not take notes. Your notes are for your own personal use. Do not show or read your notes to anyone, including other jurors. You may take your notes back into the jury room and consult them during deliberations, but your notes are not evidence. When you deliberate, each of you should rely on your own independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that another juror has or has not taken notes. You must leave your notes in the courtroom or with the bailiff. The bailiff will keep your notes in a safe, secure location and will not allow them to be disclosed to anyone. After you complete your deliberations, the bailiff will collect your notes. When you are discharged, the bailiff will promptly destroy your notes so that nobody can read what you wrote. It is your duty to listen and consider the evidence and to determine fact issues that I may submit to you at the end of the trial. After you have heard all the evidence, I will give you instructions to follow as you make your decision. The instructions also will have questions for you to answer. You will not be asked, and you should not consider which side will win. Instead, you will need to answer specific questions I give you. Every juror must obey my instructions. If you do not follow these instructions, you will be guilty of juror misconduct, and I may have to order a new trial and start this process over again. This would waste your time and the party's money and would require the taxpayers of this county to pay for another trial. Do you understand these instructions? Please keep these instructions and review them as we go through this case, and if anyone does not follow these instructions, let me know at once. Very well. I hope that what we instructed you would find when you got here this morning was in fact what you found. You now have your badge with you, your juror badge. It identifies you as a juror, and it's your parking pass, right? When you get up now, you don't have to show the letter anymore. Now you just come on up with your badge. They'll let you up. You get your parking space. You'll come right into the courtroom the same way you did this morning. You'll find exactly what I promised you would find this morning in terms of something to drink, something to eat in the morning, just in case you didn't get to that in getting ready for today. That's the way you'll find things every day. Thank you very much once again, and we will start this process. I told you that I would identify more or less what you would be looking at the way this process would start. We will start with opening statements from both the state and the defense. Opening statements are not evidence. Opening statements are, in fact, what the lawyers believe the case that they will present to you will show, what the evidence will show. And it's their roadmap, if you will, of what, in fact, they believe the evidence will show, okay? When it comes in as evidence, that's when it becomes evidence. There has been many pieces of evidence that have already been pre-admitted, and those will be shown, some, if not most, will be shown to you throughout the trial. You will also have the ability to have that at the end of the trial as well in your hands. Some of it will be shown to you today as the case unfolds. So when the defense also will have an opportunity to give you their opening statement, their version of what the evidence will show. But again, it's what the evidence will show, and it doesn't become evidence until it actually comes in. So keep that in mind. Throughout the trial, you need to understand that this is an adversarial proceeding. It is a court of law, and it has lots of rules. And what we do here gets reviewed by other courts in the area, in the state. And so as a result of that, the lawyers may have to object. Under the rules, they may have to object to something that is said, to something that's going to be said, to something that's going to be brought in. Don't concern yourself with those objections, or how many were given, Concern yourself more with the instructions that I give you with regard to that, if in fact I do give you an instruction with regard to that. If the lawyers have to do that, because if they don't make a timely objection, sometimes they may waive it. So therefore, that is the rules. That's what they have to follow. Don't concern yourself with that. Concern yourself more with the information you receive, with the instructions you receive from the court with regard to that as well. Very well. Let's get started. Mr. Anís, please read the indictment to this jury.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jurors, duly selected, organized, sworn, and impaneled as such for the County of Webb, State of Texas, at the January and June term of 2018 of the 49th District Court of said county, upon their oaths, present in and to the said court that on or about the 9th day of April 2018 and interior to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Dominic Alexander Hernandez, an individual younger than 10 years of age, by stabbing Dominic Alexander Hernandez in the chest or slashing Dominic Alexander Hernandez's throat with a sharp object. Count 2. And the grand jurors aforesaid, upon their oaths, do further present in and to the said court that on or about the 9th day of April 2018 and anterior to the presentment of this indictment in the county and state aforesaid, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Griselda Hernandez, by stabbing said Griselda Hernandez multiple times with a sharp object, and did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of another individual, namely Dominic Alexander Hernandez, by stabbing Dominic Alexander Hernandez in the chest or slashing Dominic Alexander Hernandez's throat with a sharp object, and both murders were committed during the same criminal transaction against the peace and dignity of the state.
Thank you. To which the defendant, please, Mr.
Mr. Burgos pleads not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Hernandez, you may proceed with the opening statements.
May it please the court,
Yes, sir.
counsel, ladies and gentlemen. This is a case about a danger within. A danger within a family, a danger within law enforcement, a danger within society. The evidence will show that on April the 9th of 2018 started like any other ordinary day. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, the man who sits here today, a supervisor, Border Patrol agent of 9 years, reports to the Laredo North Station for his shift from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. He arrives. The evidence will show that he goes to his morning meeting that's called muster, where the assignments are handed out. At about 8:01, after he's assigned his kilo unit, you're going to hear that word kilo unit during this trial. And that is the term that they use for the pickup trucks. We've all seen the white and green trucks driven by Border Patrol. He was driving one. K66119. K66119. That was the unit that he was driving. He exits at 8:01 a.m. His destination, Father McNabel Park off of Mines Road. That is the area that he was going to be in charge of that day, and the evidence will show that that area covers from Father McNabel Park all the way to World Trade Bridge. He is a supervisor, and he has other agents under his supervision. But today is going to be far from normal. Today, April the 9th of 2018, is the day that he is going to carry out a sinister plan. The evidence will show that he invites a young woman, a secret lover, and the child that they have together to the park. But the evidence will show that the meeting that he's setting up for them is not at the park, but it is in a dense, brushy area near the Rio Grande River. He instructs her to arrive at Father McNabel Park, to park her car, and to take the walk to this secret meeting. We'll take you there. You'll see, and the evidence will show that she walks by the baseball field, then she walks through a nature trail, then she walks around a soccer field, then she gets near the river area, and that's where the dirt trail starts. The plan is to set up an ambush. The evidence will show that the Kilo unit, 66119, is parked at the end of this trail. We will take you to that trail. You will see the vantage point that when she's pushing her stroller and she enters the path, up ahead is the Kilo unit, the pickup truck. That's the decoy. What she doesn't know is that Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles is lying in wait. He is hiding, waiting for her to get close enough to the truck to carry out his ambush. The time around that this is going on is about 9:45 in the morning. The next few minutes that this young woman and this innocent baby experience is the most horrific and terrifying, unimaginable thing that anybody could imagine. It's at that time that her attacker comes out of the brush and with violent and vicious moves, clenching a knife, attacks this young woman. But what does every mother have? What does God give every mother when it comes to protecting a child? What will every mother do? The evidence will show that they will protect, that they will fight, and they will even die in order to protect their child, just like a mother bear. Who is this young mother? Who is this innocent baby? Griselda Hernandez? And 18-month-old Dominic Hernandez. These are the two victims that on that morning lives were taken. The evidence will show that the plan that Ronald Anthony Burgos Avila set was to make it look like some smugglers had attacked this woman. The dirt trail that he used his skills, that he knew so well, the trees, the brush, the camouflage, areas that he had patrolled before, were perfect for this crime. What he did not anticipate was the fight. The fight. You see, when we take you to this trail, there is going to be a lot of evidence that showed how violent this fight was. We're going to bring you physical evidence. There's going to be photos. There's going to be lots and lots and lots of blood. This dirt trail will tell a story. It will tell a very tragic and horrific story. You see, the evidence will show that baby Dominic was being hunted, but not by a creature, not by an animal, but by his own father, the man sitting here today, supervising Border Patrol Agent Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. But in order to get his prey, in order to get that baby, he needed to go through Griselda. "27 stab wounds." I said that. 27 stab wounds it took to stop Griselda. We will bring you evidence that will show stab wounds to her head, to her face, her shoulders, her back, her arms, her ear. Stabbed so many times that she was almost unrecognizable. You will see through the forensic evidence the defensive wounds on her hands that show how violent the attack was. You will also see that in the fight, she lost her shoes. The tennis shoes that she was wearing were off her feet. After he kills Griselda, and one of the things that you're going to have to pay attention to is that this fight, this attack happens so sudden when she's holding the stroller with her baby, and he's got his little cell phone, his broken cell phone that only has certain apps or games. Comes from behind, the attack moves. You'll see the blood trail where she's trying to fight or get away until she dies. The fight moves from a south to north direction. I'm going to show you, this is a satellite view of the area of Father Magdalene Park, the Rio Grande, and the brushy area where this took place. We will take you there through the testimony, through the evidence. You will see in this area of this dirt trail of where this ambush and attack took place. After he finishes with Griselda, he's now able to get the innocent baby. The evidence will show that as she lays dead, he walks back to the stroller We'll bring you the stroller. You'll see the stroller. He gets in front of baby Dominic and he unstraps the buckle to take him out. Baby Dominic is confused at this time, probably scared. How do we know this? The evidence will show that Griselda's blood is on the straps, on the buckles, where he unbuckled the baby. Mama Bear's blood is there where he unbuckles the baby. What he does next is something that is unimaginable. He takes the baby into the grass, into the brush, closer to the river, holding the baby, 18 months old, his son, and you will see the pictures of Dominic. Dominic is wearing a little green shirt from Star Wars. And on that shirt, he has a picture of Yoda. It's the baby Yoda. It says, "Lucky I am." Lucky I am. We'll bring you the shirt and you'll see the shirt. One of the things, and again, I'm going to ask you throughout this trial to pay close attention to the details, because the details will prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. One of the interesting facts about the Lucky I Am little shirt, and I'll come and I'll show it to you, is that there is no hole in the shirt. Listen to that. There is no hole in the shirt. Why is that important? Because when he takes baby Dominic to the grass under a huizache tree and lays him down, he picks up the shirt. He covers his eyes. He holds his hand over his little face. He takes the knife, puts it right in the middle of his little sternum, that little pigeon bone right here, and he punctures baby Dominic. But baby Dominic, like his mother, was a fighter, and he doesn't die. He doesn't die. He doesn't stop at that point. There's no clarity as to what am I doing to this child. No. He has to finish the job. So like he did to his mother, with the same sharp object, he puts it to baby Dominic's throat. That little 3-inch throat. Sticks the knife, cuts the carotid, and cuts the jugular vein of this baby. You'll see the blood. You'll see how Dominic was left drenched in blood on his jeans, on the left side. Evidence that shows that when he gets stabbed in the carotid artery, in the jugular, that squirts. That's where he has to step back. And that's where the baby tries to stand up or sit up and then falls down. There's a bunch of blood all over his jeans. You'll see it. Now what? Now what does the evidence tell us? The evidence will next tell you that Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles next is to stage the crime. Remember what we talked about in jury selection? Who decides where, when, and how to commit the crime? The defendant. Police have to work after. They have the head start. Him being a law enforcement officer, being trained, knows what they're going to look for. So let me create a scene. You're going to see the scene. The first thing the evidence is going to show is that he grabs a phone, the baby's cell phone that the baby would play games with, and he takes that. The next thing he does is that he throws the stroller to the east in the brush. There's a shoe around that area where the initial ambush took place. He grabs a shoe and he throws it towards the river. And it lands in the tall grass. Next, he has to go to Griselda. What does she have? That's important. Her phone. He grabs her phone. But what happens? What happens when a double murder has just occurred? There's adrenaline, nerves, fear. Panic starts to set in. And it's going to be very important for all of you to pay attention throughout this trial to see the mistakes that he makes. He had a plan. Now he's got two bloody, innocent people down. He has to stage it, but things start moving fast. There's going to be many mistakes that he committed, but the evidence, and I'll highlight just a few that you're going to see. The evidence will show that in the Kilo unit, 66119, the official Border Patrol truck that he was driving, he goes in there. The two phones that belong to both of his victims, he places them under his vest, the Border Patrol protective vest, and you'll see the name Burgos, R. Burgos. He stuffs them under on the passenger side. During the attack, when Griselda was fighting and kicking for her life, he loses a belt keeper. You see, you'll learn that police officers wear a belt, and then on top of that belt, they wear a Sam Brown, which is their utility belt where they have their gun. But that's held by keepers. Typically 3 to 4 keepers around the waist to hold all the equipment together, right? One of those keepers falls. It falls. It's stepped on during the fight. And blood droplets fall on the belt keeper. And we'll show you who those blood droplets belong to. He throws that belt keeper into the truck. And guess where it lands? Under the front seat. Under the front seat. 9:49 a.m. How do we get that time? We're going to bring you GPS evidence. We're going to bring you every unit from Border Patrol has technology, right? We're going to bring you the evidence that shows that in this circumstance, when you turn off your unit, the system, the GPS system, records the time it turns off. The evidence is going to show that the best calculation of when this murder took place was between 9:49 and 10:10 a.m. I'll repeat that. It's very important. 9:49 to 10:10 a.m. In between that time. At 9:49, the GPS turns off one time. Could it be that that's when Griselda was coming up pushing the stroller and he had to hide? At 10:10, it turns off again a little bit further down the trail at 10:10. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot going on at this time. What did we say in jury selection? That sometimes evidence is lost. Who controls the evidence? I'll tell you right now, we're not going to have bloody pants. We're not going to have a bloody shirt. We're not going to have bloody shoes, boots, or tennies. We're not. The evidence of what he was wearing, we do not have. Why? Because the evidence will show that he had time on his side. And if you want to see the knife that was used, you're not going to see it. We do not have the murder weapon. But I'll tell you what we do have. We have technology. You see, when he's leaving the brush area, there's a camera, a security camera set up by DPS in the brush, facing an area where normally there's either criminal activity, and they're called drawbridge cameras. There is a camera pointing to the east. You will see his kilo unit, his truck driving by, and it snaps a picture. We will also bring you evidence of camera footage from throughout the city of his path after the murder. It's important to think logically and chronologically throughout this case. He has just killed 2 people using a knife. At least 29 stab wounds. You will see the tremendous amount of blood at the crime scene. How do you control so much blood? You can't. You can't. One of the mistakes was, and maybe it wasn't, but the evidence will show that baby Dominic's blood on the back tailgate Dominic's blood marking the truck of his killer. You're going to see it. You'll see video footage from his home, from the neighbor's camera, sometime after 10:15, 10:30, shortly after the double murder. You will see this man who sits here today. You will see him getting off his government vehicle in shorts and in tennies. I said that. You're going to see him, after the murders, get off his truck in shorts and tennies. He went to work that morning in his full green uniform. He left at 8:01 a.m. with his full green uniform. And after the murders, his neighbor's video catches him getting off his truck, and he leaves it on. He leaves it on. But you'll see a glimpse. You'll see the shorts, you'll see the tennies, you'll see him. He's not there more than 10 minutes. Comes out. Now you won't see the evidence of him coming out in his full green uniform. Unfortunately, we don't have that. Camera didn't catch it. But you'll have his actions of what he needs to do next. And what does he have to do? This man's in charge of this sector between Father McNaboe Park and World Trade Bridge. He's just committed a murder. He's gone home. He's gotten rid of evidence. Gone home, got dressed again. Now he has to get back. But what happens when he comes back? A couple of his agents see him. They see him driving erratically, speeding in the area near World Trade Bridge. What does that do? What does that do? You'll hear from those agents, and they'll tell you his demeanor. Things now are there's decisions now having to be made on the fly. Things are changing now, right? Maybe somebody else was going to find the body, but now he's been spotted driving fast, probably trying to get to some spot. So what does he decide to do? The evidence will show that he turns around near World Trade Bridge, drives back all the way to Father McNaboe Park, where he's trying to get back to the area where the two bodies now have been for possibly more than an hour already. And when he's driving in, he runs into Border Patrol agents Lara and Smith, who happen to be parked near the soccer field, probably somewhere they shouldn't have been, but they were there fixing maps in their truck. The evidence will show that Border Patrol supervisor pulls up, his hands are clenched on the steering wheel, and he asks a very odd question, and you'll hear it. He asks Border Patrol Lara, what's over there? Pointing to the brushy area. And Lara says, well, there's an ATV trail. There's a trail that we have. Do you know if there's an exit? Lara's like, well, I don't think so, but if you want to go check. Right after that, the evidence will show that he comes on the radio. Lara, get over here. I need you. That's where he initiates this whole charade of finding a dead body. And we'll get back to that. But it's going to be very important for you to pay attention to what the Border Patrol agents and the police officers who respond, because the evidence is going to show, and you're going to hear that the one that makes the call is none other than Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. The man that sits here today is the one that calls in about a subject down needing EMS. Send the ambulance. Can we get more information? Send an ambulance. You're going to hear when he calls it in. And you're going to hear and see from the people that come here, the witnesses, that this man was there when they arrived. Now, how did we get here? And this story, I cannot tell you this tragic story without telling you the beginning. Because there is a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end. The evidence will show in this story that Griselda met this guy who told her, who the evidence shows, that his name was Anthony Burgos. That's very important. She knew him as Anthony. She got involved with him in 2015. You're going to learn that through her friends and family. She got involved with him in 2015. The evidence will show, and it'll come out, that he was married. They had 2 little boys. They were having this secret relationship where they would see each other. You may even hear during this trial, friends with benefits. And that was their relationship. They would get together to have a good time. But she got pregnant in 2015. She gets pregnant. On July the 26th of 2016, July the 26th of 2016, little baby Dominic Alexander Hernandez is born. He's born. The evidence will show that all of the time that this little innocent baby was alive, he was being provided for by Griselda and her family. Not once, the evidence will show, not once did this man who sits here today ever take responsibility for that innocent baby. But what do they say, right? Babies are expensive. Griselda had dreams. She had hopes. She had goals. You're going to learn that one of her dreams, one of her goals was to become a nurse like her older sister, Angelica. And we're going to bring you Angelica. And Angelica is going to be a very important witness in making the connection between her baby sister and this guy that they know as Anthony. Because their meetings were secret, the family didn't really know much about Anthony. And Griselda protected him. So much so that for the first 18 months of Dominic's life, she made herself financially responsible for Dominic. You're going to learn that she wanted to be a nurse, but because of the financial strain that was going on in her life, she needed help. You're going to find out through the evidence that she was supporting her baby in the daycare through student loans. But student loans can only go so far. Right? Baby needs daycare. Griselda needed help. And how do you get help in the state of Texas? Child support. And Griselda did what the right that every young woman has who becomes pregnant when there's a father who does not want to make himself responsible. She exercised her right to go to the Texas Attorney General and begin the process. You will see the evidence of her trying to say, hey, help me out. Help me out. But no help was coming. So what do? So the chronology is going to show that in 2017, in December, she starts practicing how to tell him, hey, I'm going to have to go to the Attorney General. In January of 2018 is when she says, I need help. I'm thinking about going to child support. Can you help me out? This is when, and the evidence is going to show, and you're going to have to pay close attention to this. This is when the Facebook activity is going to spike up with their communications. Every time she brings up child support, what he does is deflect the subject by using humor, talking about sex, giving her guilt trips. You're going to see this pattern, right? But he's not showing rage. He's not showing anger. You'll see the communications. And it's not how's Dominic. El nene, the baby, or the baby. But he doesn't use Dominic's name. By March the 21st of 2018. By that time, he's already been served. When you file a child support action in the state of Texas, one of the first steps is what's called a negotiation conference. A negotiation conference. And that's where the state of Texas will try to bring the father into a meeting to try to work out, hey, this is what the percentage is, this is what you're going to have to pay. By March the 21st, that was already set. You're going to see evidence that that train was moving. That legal proceeding had already started. And then something happens that had never happened before. Something happens. He says, I want to meet Dominic. And I guess through the pressure, something else comes out through these Facebook communications. And there's a prediction. And you're going to see it. A prediction where he tells Griselda, in a few weeks, I don't think you're going to want to be my friend. Real subtle. In a few weeks, I don't think you're going to want to be my friend. March 24th, I want to see you guys tomorrow. In the morning of March the 25th, this is a very important date, ladies and gentlemen. On March the 25th, approximately at around 9:49 a.m., she gets a text to meet him at Winfield Park, off of Del Mar and Winfield. There's a park as you go into this neighborhood. He selects the area. This is a big day because for the first time in baby Dominic's 18 months alive, he's going to meet his father. The evidence will show that she goes over there, she gets there. Burgos says he's going to be playing basketball and he's there at the park, sends her the instructions. She arrives, she shows baby Dominic, introduces baby Dominic to his father. She has to go back to her vehicle to get some stuff. So she gives the baby over to the father. Something that maybe she shouldn't have done. But she so badly wanted to trust this man. She hands over her innocent child to him. She goes to the truck or the car. When she comes back, baby Dominic is crying. Baby Dominic is in crisis. Something's going on with baby Dominic. She can't figure it out. It's so bad that she cancels the meeting. She takes the baby back and says, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go. You're gonna hear evidence from Angelica Hernandez and you're gonna see the communications of saying something happened to Dominic. What? What happened to Dominic? I don't know. I think he got bit by something. They get over to Angelica's house, and the evidence will show that Angelica, being a registered nurse, they strip down the baby, starts to examine the baby, and they find a small wound on his thigh. On his thigh. Think about it. You take your child out to a park in April. It's warm. You're in the outdoors. What happened? It was probably a spider bite. It was probably a spider bite. Even at that moment, ladies and gentlemen, Griselda, Angelica, still no indication that they were in danger. It'll be very important later on, and the evidence will show that in fact was not a spider bite. You're going to hear evidence and testimony that over the course of the next 15 days, from March the 25th up until April the 9th, and you're going to see evidence that baby Dominic's leg did not heal. It did not heal. It got so bad, ladies and gentlemen, that you're going to see that he was unable to stand. He could not walk. This is an 18-month-old child that was running around like any toddler up until March the 25th. And after March the 25th of 2018, he was dragging himself, crawling around. The mama was worried. She wanted answers. You'll hear from Dr. Rodriguez, one of the physicians, a pediatrician that went to go see him. They took baby Dominic. And what do doctors rely on when it comes to children? First thing they're going to ask you is the history. And you're going to have Dr. Rodriguez come here and he'll talk about the history that was given to him by the mother. It was a day or so after the injury. There were some photos that were taken by Angelica at her house. She had instructed her sister to show them to the doctor. She didn't show them to the doctor. The doctor went based on what he was being told by Mama. Mama was telling him that it was a spider bite. So the evidence and the protocol you're going to see that was followed was that of a spider bite treatment. Antibiotics, other, little anti-inflammatory type things. And you know what? It's always easy to go back and say, man, if we would have known. Because it was a hole. You're going to see it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to show you the pictures. That on his little left eye, he has a prick, a hole. But what caused it? What caused it? And we're going to bring you evidence that is going to be a very plausible source of what caused that injury. I won't say it now, but we'll bring it to you.
Can wrap it up, Johnny.
I'll finish up with this. I could have 5 more minutes, 10. That morning of April 9th, she goes. She's going to go meet Anthony. She's going to meet Anthony. She calls her sister Angelica, and she tells her, "Can I borrow your Mercedes?" She says yes. Angelica picks her up. She goes and drops Angelica off. Then they go to Chick-fil-A. They buy one of his favorite meals, a chicken minis, and this is at 8:14 in the morning. After that, the evidence will show that they deliver the food to Angelica at work, and she makes one more stop at Adriana Flores' house. We will bring you Adriana Flores, the last person to see her alive. Now, Adriana would have told her, "Hey, I'll take care of the baby." And she says, "No, I'm going to go see the father at Father Magdalene Park. I'm going to go see Anthony." She leaves. She goes. She gets to the park at 9:09 a.m. We're going to show you video of the car driving in, the white Mercedes sedan, as she drives in and out of the different parking spaces. She waits. There's a Snapchat text that she gets. We figure the evidence will show that's her indication to go. She loads her stroller. She loads Dominic, and she starts the 10 to 15 minute walk over to Father Magdalene Park. And when she gets there, she's killed. Now we have a double murder on our hands, and the Laredo police are in charge of unraveling this tangled web. And we're going to bring you those witnesses. We're going to bring you family. We're going to bring you friends, Border Patrol and police officers that will give you facts and show you how the evidence shows that this man used his skill, used his training, used deception, and used extreme violence to carry this out. One of the most shocking, and I need to say this, one of the most shocking moments in this case is going to be when they discovered his identity. You're going to hear from Sergeant Gilbert Benavides.
one of the officers who identified the vehicle, and they run the license plate. When he runs the license plate, it gives an address to Angelica Hernandez. So he goes to Angelica Hernandez's house, makes contact and verifies. Angelica Hernandez is terrified. What happened to my sister? Can you tell me what she's doing? Yes. She went to the park to go meet Anthony. At this moment, and you're going to hear the live transmissions of Gilbert Benavides on Channel 3, where he says, subject, that's 82, which is dead, went to meet baby daddy or her ex, some guy named Anthony Burgos. Every cop that's on scene has a radio, or a radio on his waist. That's broadcast. And guess who's standing around there at that time? That man right there. He hears it. He makes his way. The evidence will show he takes a 10-minute walk to go back to Griselda's car. And then you're going to hear, does anyone have visual on him? You'll hear lead detective, Raimundo Garcia. You'll hear his voice when he says, hey, that's the guy that found the body. That's the guy that found the body. Somebody get visual on him. And then Detective Ray will come and tell you he switches to a cell phone so that it's not broadcast. The killer is right there among the police officers in full uniform. Detective Reyes will come and tell you when they say Anthony Burgos, he sees Burgos and he says, hey, what's your name? And you know what the evidence is going to show? That he says, my name's Ronald. My name's Ronald. Deception. The name he gave Grisela was Anthony. And I'm wrapping it up. Detective Reyes has enough already where he says, give me your full name. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. The officers figure out, one of the other officers there, Greg de la Cruz, I believe his name is, hey, get this guy's weapons up against the car. Take off your Sam Brown. Hey, what's going on? They disarm him. You'll hear when at that moment when they ask him, the hand gets close. It's a tense moment. You'll see Detective Rick Reyes, big guy, 2-3 times any of our size. Thank God he was there. And they get Burgos Aviles and they put him in the unit. Super important. There's a camera in the unit. We will bring you the footage from that camera. And guess what? It has audio. When he gets in there, and you're going to hear him as he sits in the back seat and he's licking and wiping his arms. Teléfono. He says that. Teléfono. Where are the phones? They're in the truck that is at the crime scene under his vest. The very phones that we used to tell us that story. Detective Garcia will bring you all of this evidence. You'll also hear experts. And in the end, Dr. Stern, our Webb County medical examiner, will tell you, in her opinion, that the injury caused to baby Dominic's leg was caused by a needle, between a 14 to 18 gauge needle. Something was injected into that child. It was too late now because the baby was now dead. There was nothing else that can be done. But Detective Garcia will tell you that in his personal truck, in his lunchbox, guess what we found? Syringe and needles. Syringe and needles. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, all of the facts, all of the evidence, all of the circumstantial evidence that you use every single day in your lives will show that this man used his skill, used his expertise, used his job, used his equipment, used extreme violence, and used deception to kill 2 innocent people.
Thank you, Dennis. Mr. Peña. You may proceed.
Your Honor, counsel, members of the jury. April 9, 2018, the date of the murders, is a total aberration in the life of Ronald Burgos. Prior to that date, Ronald was a Border Patrol agent supervisor. He had a home where he lived with his wife, Amy, who is a U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent, and their 2 children, Gabriel and Damien, who were 10 and 3 years old at the time. On April 9, 2018, Ronald, who has no prior criminal history whatsoever, was accused of the murders of Griselda and Dominic Hernandez. This is an enormous anomaly, an aberration in Ronald's otherwise normal, law-abiding life. And now in this trial, Ronald is literally fighting for his life. As his lawyers, we have the duty to render effective assistance of counsel. The right to effective assistance of counsel is a constitutional right that every person accused of a crime has. And we have the duty to screen the evidence, to contest it, and to make sure that only evidence that is credible and reliable is considered by you so that you can accurately determine the truth or falsity of the disputed facts in this case. For example, the state will present evidence from an expert in historical cell phone tower analysis. And they will do that in an effort to show Ronald's locations at particular times of the day on the morning of April 9, 2018. We, on the other hand, will show that a person's physical location cannot be accurately determined using cell tower site analysis because the cell tower data on which the analysis relies are too imprecise to reach any reliable conclusions about a person's location at a particular time. If Ronald is convicted of capital murder, he will die in prison regardless of whether you impose the death penalty or not, because the only other available penalty is life in prison without the possibility of parole. So we urge you to weigh the evidence with extreme caution and to consider only evidence that you believe is credible and reliable. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Peña. All right, we're going to pause really quick. I know you have just a witness to bring in this morning, but I want to pause real quick to give the jury an opportunity to go to the restroom, and then we'll be right back.
Rise for the jury.
And you have your first witness ready to go, Mr. Lenny? You can bring in the first witness up to the gallery, up to the, you know what? Saul, can you hold him a second there? Can we get the podium back to this area? Wait, let me ask you all a question. Are you gonna need the podium there?
No, sir. No, we.
All right, I'm gonna slide it back out, okay?
We don't need the podium.
It's just that I do have a difficult time with,
No, we don't need it.
all right, thank you. All right, come on and have a seat over here. Thank you, ma'am. You've been sworn in, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
For the witness, they emailed Meral a couple of exhibits that they're gonna use, so she has them already.
Okay, good. May I be there?
Judge, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So, actually, I need to, can you do me a favor? Can we put up, Saul, hold on a second. Can you put her on there? Witness on video? Can you see her, by the way? You can't see her unless we put her on with our device, right?
Correct.
All right. Yes, right here. Yeah, we need to set that up because even though there's so many cameras out here, the one that's real time will be the one that's the smallest one in the courtroom. Okay, thank you. All right, we'll make sure it's just muted, so. Oops, sorry, Cindy. All right. And, very well. Is that on?
This is the here, so she's the one, like, if there's anything in Spanish. Okay.
Are you on?
The interpreter's on, yes, sir.
No.
Yes.
I don't see her on. Okay. Very well. Okay, good. We're good. Let's bring him in, yes. Where's my?
Please rise to the jury.
Please rise. Please have a seat. So, members of the jury, we stand when you come in. You can, as soon as you get to your chairs, you could stand. You don't have to wait for us to sit. All right, very well. You've called your first witness. You may proceed, Mr. Allen.
Thank you. could just move you up close and speak into the mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, now,
This
maybe
one?
you do me a favor, just the device there, can you just flip it toward, like, this way? Okay, let's see it, because if you're gonna move up closer, my interpreter
you-
need to, thank you. You're good. Yes, you're good, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mr. Alanis. I'm the district attorney. Can you please state your full name for the record?
Angelica Hernandez.
Okay. You can move the mic up a little bit and speak up loudly so that the court reporter can hear you.
Angelica Hernandez.
Very well. And what is your occupation?
I am a registered nurse.
Do you know why you're here today?
Yes.
Why are you here?
For the murder of my sister Griselda Hernandez and my nephew Dominic Hernandez.
Do you know how old your sister was at the time of her death?
27.
Do you know how old your nephew was at the time of his death?
A year and 7 months.
At the time of her death, how many children did your sister have?
2.
And for the record, we're talking about Griselda Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. What's the age difference between you and Griselda?
9 years.
Her other child, how old at the time of her death was her other child?
Jaden was 6 years old.
Okay, so she had Jaden, who was 6, and Dominic, who was 18 months.
Yes, that's correct.
Was she married?
No.
She was a single mother?
She was a single mother raising both her children.
When you say raising both of her children, tell us more about that. How, if any way, was she raising her children?
She was a single mother living at my mother's household. She was raising Jaden at the time. Jaden was 6 years old. He was, if I'm not mistaken, in about first grade going to second. Dominic was going to daycare, our daycare that we've taken all our children to, me and her both. She was studying full-time at TAMIU. She was pursuing nursing. She was doing her second year of prerequisites.
Okay. And how was she paying for her nursing program?
She was paying for it the way I did, with student loans and financial aid.
And if you know, what would she be using the financial aid for?
She was using, well, her financial aid was primarily used to pay her classes. Her student loans went for her books and to get to and from the university and to pay for the child's daycare. It gets pretty expensive.
Correct. And tell us a little bit about Dominic. You say, do you happen to know his date of birth?
Yes, I was at my sister's C-section. I was the only person there when she had Dominic. He was born 10 days before my son, so that would be July 25th. July 26th. 28, 20,
17?
16.
2016. Okay, so he was, now, so at the time that Dominic died, tell us about him. How was he as a child? Was he pretty active?
Yes, he was. He actually started walking and running before my son did, even though they're just 10 days apart. He was always, I feel, the more active one when he was little. But yes, he was walking before he was murdered, but up to the date when he was murdered, he wasn't walking anymore. His dad had hurt him 2 weeks prior.
Well, and we'll get into his condition as far as that goes. But let me ask you, during the 18 months of Dominic's life, was he receiving any financial assistance from the father?
No.
No? Do you know at around this time, and then the time she got pregnant or the time she gave birth, who the presumed father of the child was?
Yes.
And who would that be?
Anthony Burgos.
Anthony Burgos. And let's talk about when she got involved with Anthony Burgos. At the time that she had gotten pregnant, do you know, if you know, that how long had she been seeing Anthony?
I don't know. If what I do know is that they had met online. I don't know via how.
Well, don't guess. I'm just wanting to know that if you all you know is that they met online, but you don't know
That's correct.
what site.
That's correct.
Now, in 2018, was she still pursuing her nursing career?
Yes.
Was she still receiving financial aid?
Yes.
Up until this time, had she ever received child support?
No.
Now let's talk about child support. Did you and her ever talk about child support?
Yes, we did.
And what was your advice, if any, regarding child support?
She spoke to me about opening a case for child support because she went to go apply for, at the time, I believe it was CCMS. It's a program that helps you pay for child care. And that's when my conversation with her, I stated some of the facts about the program because I myself was in CCMS when I reached out for daycare assistance back when my little ones were smaller. One of the requisites for your application even to be looked at is that you have to open a child support case. If not, it won't. It's just one of the requirements. So when I told her that, she told me she had already applied and they had already called her that if she wanted, to pursue with her application, that she needed to open a child support case since they had already checked and there wasn't one open. That was my conversation with her about it.
At the time of her death, who was she living with?
My mother.
Okay, and had she been getting any strong financial support? Tell us about the background there in your mother's house.
My mother and, at times my father, my brother, myself, we would help her out whenever, she would voice that she needed something for the children. Whenever I was going to buy my son or my children clothes, I would bring her along with me and we would do our shopping together. As far as diapers, which is what goes pretty fast when they're small, and, formula and taking them to and from the doctor's visit for vaccines, all those things, we would all help her. I can't say just, one person. We would all help her as a family unit.
Okay. But it is safe to say that you did advise her that she should proceed with the child support action.
Yes.
Permission to approach now.
Approach, please.
I'm gonna show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 483. And, see if you recognize this document.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does it fairly and accurately depict the what's within its contents here?
Yes, it's my sister's information, and I recognize it all.
Do you recognize this handwriting?
Yes, it's my sister's handwriting.
Whose handwriting is that?
Griselda.
Okay.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
What's the number, man?
This is, state moves to introduce State's Exhibit 483, the child support.
All right, 483 is admitted without objection. Thank you. States 483.
Can I publish this to your?
Mhm.
So,
Mr. Annie, do me a favor, for purposes of the record, 483 has how many pages on it?
including the, the document itself is 11 pages, the certifications are 2.
All right, very good, thank you.
Okay, so, now, I'm showing you what's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 483. Can you read what this says up on top?
The title of the document?
Yes.
Application for 4D services.
Okay. And this is the application for child support,
That's correct.
and you see here, what is the name that's here?
Dominic Hernandez.
And do you see when this was also submitted?
February 9th of 2018.
The information on page 2 is your sister's,
That's correct.
Griselda Hernandez.
That's correct.
Now, on page 3, you see the information,
Yes.
and that here is the name of, what name is up there?
Ronald A. Burgos Aviles.
And this is place of employment?
Yes, it is.
Do you know what this address indicates here, 307 Pedrosa Street?
11307 Pedrosa Street, yes. I can read the address. I would not know.
Can you tell over here on 19, what, under where it says, question, why do you believe this person is a biological father?
Yes. Unprotected intercourse for years until became pregnant.
So then, April February the 9th, 2018 is when she officially filed for child support. February.
That's correct.
A little bit over a month and a half before she was killed.
That's
Correct.
correct.
Now, I want to refer your attention to the date of March 25th of 2018. March 25th of 2018. You remember that date?
Yes.
Did you speak to your sister on that day?
Yes, I did.
How would you regularly communicate with her?
Phone or text message.
Do you remember what her cell number was?
771-1633.
Okay, and what's the area code?
Area code 956.
For the rec-
956-771-1633.
771-1633.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know what other types of social media your sister would have been using around that time?
Facebook and Snapchat
Okay. Do you know
and
what her?
Instagram.
Okay, let's talk about that. Do you know what her Snapchat name was?
I wouldn't be able to remember.
Okay. What about her Facebook name? If you-
It would likely be her name, Griselda Hernandez.
Okay. Did she have a profile picture on her Facebook account?
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
A picture of herself or herself with my nephews.
What about an email? Did you familiar with her email?
She had a Tammy U email address, and I believe she also had a Yahoo address, but I wouldn't be able to read those out loud. If I see them, I could recognize them.
Okay. If I may approach you, I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 490. Ask you if you recognize.
Yes, these are texts from me and my sister.
These are text messages between you and her?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. These are text messages between you and her?
Yes.
You and your sister?
Yes.
Okay, and you've seen this document before?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing to defense counsel. There's no objection.
No?
Permission to,
States 490,
yes.
admitted without objection.
Okay, move to admit. Now, place this up here. Do you recognize some of the conversations that are going on here? And we'll start at the top.
Yes, yes, I do.
It says from Angie. Right? Is that you?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And do you want to go ahead and read for the jury what
Of course.
what it says?
So from me, it says, I'm sleeping low. From me, again, it says, what's up? I believe prior to this, she was texting me, and that was my reply to her. Following, it says, from her to me, I was going to ask for a huge favor. My response, sup.
Now, over here on the left of this document, the outgoing and incoming.
Yes.
So these are text messages to you, to her phone, correct?
Yes.
So what we're seeing is from her phone?
Yes, to and from me to her, from her to me. Yes.
All right. So go ahead and.
Okay, so I respond, sup, and she
What does
texts.
that mean, sir?
It means like, what's up? What's going on? What do you need?
Okay.
And then she goes on to respond, Dom's dad wants to meet him, so I wanted to borrow your car so I won't be having trouble with the truck, referring to my mom's truck. I respond, she keeps on and she says, in like an hour. This is 3:25, 3:43. Like in an hour or less. And then my response to her was, okay. Why and where are you meeting? Is my continued response. So she replies, so I can borrow it? Asking again. My reply to her is it in a public place? She replies, yes. Oh no, my reply is yes to when she asks, so can I borrow it? My reply is yes to her. And then she responds, at a park by Winfield, public place, so he can play. He referring to Dominic. She responds, I'm freaking out. Laugh out loud. I'm going to take a shower real quick, text you once I'm out. My response to her, I don't think it's a good idea. And it looks like there were some emojis next to it, those little black squares. And then, but I put, but yes, you can borrow it.
Hold on there. So why are you saying it's not a good idea?
Well, because they just had a huge argument prior to this, after February when she submitted her documents for child support. And from her words to me was that he was very upset. He was very angry. He didn't want to speak to her again. He said he was never going to go through with it. He blocked her from social media, from her account, from her phone, everything. And then all of a sudden, that's why I'm asking her, is this a good idea? Because all of a sudden he wants to meet her. He wants to meet her. I didn't know it was a park until she tells me in the text it was a park. But I wanted it to be a public place. I'm thinking, maybe they're going to start arguing. So I want to make sure it's somewhere public where if she needs help, there's people watching that can help.
Okay, so you're concerned about her safety.
Yes.
Then, what do you go on to say here?
That's exactly what I was sharing right now. Why does he want him to meet him now after so long? And he's going to try to convince you of doing otherwise, referring to the child support case that he was so upset about and he didn't want to, go forward with it. And she replies, he can't convince me. I need that money for Dominic. He already accepted he's going to pay child support. And now he's like, okay, fine. I want to see him. He's my son. Oh, this is him talking. I want to see him. He's my son. And I want to see him. So I don't know if he feels guilty or like, well, it's all there, so might as well, or what. I'll tell you the whole story later. This is just part of it. I respond, okay. And she responds, he's not getting off of child support. Ta pendejo.
Okay, so that's on the 25th, right?
That's correct.
And she's pretty insistent, saying that when she says "ta pendejo," like he's stupid, like he's not gonna get away with this.
Yes.
So, did she end up borrowing your car on that day?
Yes, she did.
And where did she end up taking Dominic?
They met. She took Dominic with her in my car to meet his father at the Winfield Park off of Del Mar. It's the only Winfield Park.
Was it in the morning or in the afternoon?
It was late morning, getting close to early afternoon, like right after like lunchtime, around noontime.
What if at any time did you see your sister again that day?
On or about 2 p.m. I wrote a timeline myself, and I submitted it to you guys. If I can look at that, I can tell you exactly what time, because I have Vivint
That's okay.
at home, and it can tell me exactly what time she went through my door.
And it's okay as far as the exact time. I don't necessarily need the exact time. My main question to you is that did you have the occasion to see her again after that after she borrowed your car?
Yes, she came back home. She drove my car back home.
And more importantly, did you see her after her meeting with the baby's father?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened when you saw her? Tell us walk the jury through how you came to see her and Dominic, and where did you see her?
So I spoke to my sister shortly before she started driving home. She told me she was cutting the visit short because my nephew had become very angsty and was crying a lot, and he just wouldn't stay. So I told her okay that I would see her when she would get home.
Okay, what happened, what if anything happened when you came in contact with her or with Dominic?
So she comes home, she walks in the door, and as soon as I open the door for her, I see her with my nephew in her arms, and he's crying. As soon as I open the door, he's saying, "Owie, owie," where she's carrying him. So I'm thinking, something's wrong with him the way she's holding him. So I said, "What's wrong with him? Why is he crying?" And she just said, "Maybe he needs a nap. He's just been fuzzy since the park, and that's why I had to leave." So I said, "Okay, well, come on in and lay down in the sofa with him and see if he'll, go to sleep and he'll feel better." So she's like, "Okay." In my house, in the living room, it's always kind of, dim, so everybody falls asleep easily in the living room. So she takes him onto the sofa and she lays with him there. And maybe about 25 minutes later, I can still hear him moaning and just being uncomfortable. So at this point, I tell her, "You know what?" And I can hear him saying "owie" to her still. "Owie, owie, mama, owie." So I tell her, "Bring Dominic to the room. Let me check him." So I grab him from her arms and I lay him down right on my bed. And I start checking him from head to toe. My mom, whenever my children, or when I'm the oldest from my brothers and sisters, whenever something was wrong with us, she'd always, lay us down and check us to make sure nothing was wrong with us. So I do the same thing. I start taking off his clothes pieces one by one, and when I put on his little shorts, he wears a diaper at this time. He's a year and a half, so he wears a diaper. I pulled on his shorts, and then when I go to pull him down, his legs look normal to me at first sight, and then I flip him this way to see his right thigh. It looks okay. His leg looks okay. But when I flip him on his right side, that I see his left leg, I see a dot of blood on his thigh, right on his vastus lateralis, right on his thigh, where you would get like a shot when the babies get shots from the doctors. So as I'm checking him, I'm talking to my sister right next to me, and I'm asking her, "Have you taken him in for shots lately?" Because I noticed that as soon as I moved him and I went to check his leg, he starts "owie, owie," like now he's crying. Now he's not just saying "owie," now he's crying. So I'm telling her, "When did you take him for shots?" And she's like, I just see her eyes like wide open. She's like, "I haven't taken him for shots. I haven't taken him. He hasn't gotten any shots."
Let me stop you right there. You said her eyes get wide open. What is her demeanor, if any, at this moment? How is she acting?
I just feel at that moment when I ask her, she just goes into straight panic, because then she starts telling me like, "What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him?" And I just tell her, hold on, let me check. And like I'm trying to calm her down, because she's screaming, she's frantic, she's just freaked out. And I'm checking Dominic, and when I go to wipe the area with my hand where he had the blood on it, the little scab, whatever had formed, it wipes off, and then we start seeing black, like his blood was not red, it was like very dark, like a brown blackish color.
Let me ask you though, is she crying?
At this point she's already crying and screaming, and my kids can hear her in the sala, and they all kind of rush in the room, and I tell her to calm down. I actually scream at her and tell her like, "Calm down, you're scaring the baby," because the baby's crying, she's crying, and she's hysterical next to me asking me what's wrong with him. I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm checking him.
Okay, so let me just take a question and answer. So you're a registered nurse, right?
Yes.
Okay, you have training.
Yes.
Right? Here you have a baby presented with a wound or some injury, correct?
Yes.
What is the first thing you do as far as trying to find out what happened?
So my first thought was a shot, because like I said, the side of his leg, this muscle right here is where we put shots when you put shot in a baby. So that's why I'm thinking that. But when she says no, that I see the blood coming out, I'm thinking maybe an insect bite. And, you know, I've asked myself after that question, why didn't I think like a bee, a hornet, something that stung him? Because I've gone stung by bees and hornets and no black blood comes out of it. So what I'm thinking is if black blood or dark blood is coming out, there's something poisonous in there, like something is reacting with his blood. So when I go to squish it out and I'm telling her to calm down at the same time, you know, it just keeps flowing. And I keep wiping it off at this time with the cloth, and it just keeps coming out. And she's freaking out because what she's seeing. And I'm trying to stay composed, but I'm here that he doesn't have a shot, and I'm thinking maybe something bit him at the park.
Okay,
So
but
I-
what, but if you could just slow down a little bit. But what, if any, information did you find out? How and where would Dominic be bitten by an insect?
So I asked her if, you know, what happened at the park while I'm checking him. Did the baby fall? Did you notice anything bite him? Did you not leave him unattended for a while? Did you leave him alone with his dad for any amount of time that you maybe didn't see? And I feel that's why she went into panic mode, because she did leave him alone with his father for momentarily, I don't know how long. She tells me that she went to the car to get the sippy cup and some snacks that she had for him, and on her way back, Dominic's father is facing the park and he is holding the Dominic on a bench, and I imagine he was holding him like this because that's what she modeled to me when she was showing me. And she hears his dad speaking to him about him being present in his life because he doesn't want Dominic to go through what he went through when he was small, that he was raised by his grandmother, and he's going to be there for Dominic, and you know, he's going to be present in his life. So my sister tells me that she took a while to get to him, to allow them to have that, you know, moment.
The bond.
Yes. And when she starts walking a little faster because she starts hearing Dominic kind of cry or I don't know, be uneasy. But that was the only time she left him alone that she wasn't watching.
Okay, so the visit with his father was short then?
She cut the visit short because after that he wouldn't stop crying. He was just uneasy.
Now, so your nephew presents himself, he's got this, you describe as a brown or dark, like a black blood coming out of this wound. What, if anything, do you do next?
I tell her that we have to take him to the ER immediately. Because one, she just told me the baby didn't get any injection. So if this thing that he has is, he didn't have it before and he just got it now, and he's in pain, and you know, it's not blood where he cut himself, that blood's coming out. I tell her, you know what, we need to go and we need to go now. So I leave my children at home. I leave with her to the ER, and we get there, they check him out. Before we leave, I took pictures of his leg, of the blood that was coming out.
Okay.
I just never seen that before. I just felt it was important for us to take the pictures because I don't know when we get to the ER if it's still going to be bleeding or not, but I wanted them to see what it was like when I found it.
Okay. Can I approach her?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463, 464, and ask you if you recognize these photos.
Yes,
You can look at them both.
yes,
Did you take those photos?
yes.
I can get it back.
Mhm.
These have already been admitted. Now, did you come across recently an additional photo that you tendered to the state?
Yes,
When was this?
a Saturday afternoon.
Okay, so just this Saturday, you came across another photo in your phone?
Yes,
Okay. I'm gonna approach one, so yeah. I'm gonna ask you if you, that's
Yes.
State's Exhibit 484, do you recognize that photo?
yes. I took this picture.
You
Yes.
took that picture?
Yes.
Also?
It was outside my mom's house days after the incident.
Okay.
And I was telling my sister to take pictures on a daily just so we can see what's getting better or worse.
So you wanted to document the injury.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first two photos I showed you, those were actually that day? And
Yes,
this
that's
is-
correct.
And this was at?
Days after.
Days
Mhm.
after, okay. This one has not been admitted, Your Honor, but I'll send you the receipt.
What number is that?
Yeah, 484, and, I'm sorry, I missed this one, 484.1, which was also, you brought to us.
That's correct. That's correct.
And this was also taken by you,
Yes.
and just recently discovered.
Yes, Saturday afternoon.
Any objection? Offering,
I'm offering State's Exhibit 484 and 484.1.
admitted without objection. Thank you.
I publish, Your Honor.
You ready?
So, I'm first gonna show you State's Exhibit 463. You described earlier, certain dark colored or black looking blood. Is that what you saw?
That's correct.
Do you know whose hand this is over there?
Yes, it's my hand holding him while I'm taking the picture.
I'm also gonna show you this 464. What are we looking at here?
His left side, outer side of his thigh, where the puncture or injection wound was at.
This is State's 484.
Same side, left side of his thigh.
And 484.1.
Same side, my nephew's left side of the thigh.
How, being that you were around your nephew, how was this injury affecting his mobility?
After March 25th, after that day, he went from being a normal 18-month-old, I can run, everything, walk, to not being able to walk anymore. Days after, if I'm not mistaken, it was on March 29th, I received a text message from my sister asking if she could borrow my walker that we used for our children when they were about 9 months old, when they were learning to walk, because my nephew could no longer walk.
Did you guys engage in communications again by text regarding the leg or the injury to the leg?
Yes, both by phone and text.
Okay. Let me approach you. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 491. Ask you to look at these text messages and see if you recognize the communications that are contained therein and if they are between, in fact, you and your sister.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Any objection?
Move to admit State's Exhibit 491.
All right, it'll be admitted without objection.
And for the record, Your Honor, we also redacted any communications with persons outside
All right.
communication. So, see the date that's here?
Yes.
What is that date?
March 26, 2018.
Okay, so we're still at March 26, 2018. This is 14 days before Dominic death, correct?
That's correct.
And this is after the child support petition has already been filed, correct?
That's correct.
And this is after the meeting between Dominic and his father for the very first time they meet.
That's correct.
So tell us what's going on.
These are texts from my sister. She texts, "Hey, Dom's dad is asking if he can get necrosis. He's all worried."
Okay, what is necrosis?
So going back to the suspected insect bite, necrosis basically is when your skin starts deteriorating in the inside. I had sent her some information, and we had spoken about if it was a poisonous spider or anything that had bitten him, there might be necrosis happening in the inside, since the top looked like if there was nothing but a little pinpoint.
You know, let's talk a little bit about that. You know, you're a nurse. You went with insect bite, right?
Yes,
Initially, when you first saw the baby, you thought injection, correct?
that's correct.
And what was the main reason why you went back to it being an insect bite?
Because she told me herself that she had not taken Dominic for any injections. So I trust her. That just went out the window, no injections. So I'm seeing black blood. I'm thinking something bit him. I'm thinking something poisonous bit him. I've gotten bit by ants or hornets, like I said, or bees. So I know it wasn't that. It had to have been something that caused his blood color to turn otherwise. I don't know any bug that's been my children or myself or my brothers or sisters that has been that color. So I'm thinking poisonous, something poisonous is causing this color change. Time is of the essence. We need to do something.
Now, does the fact that he had been outdoors at a park also have something to do with it?
That's mainly why I thought it might have been an insect of some sort. He was around trees. Maybe there was foliage on the floor. Something could have been hiding wherever he was running or in the swings or play sets. So I'm thinking he got, either stung or bit by something.
I'm just gonna go up here and if you know, I'm gonna show you something that these text messages contain. If you understand. Of course, we've had our meetings. You and I have met, and we met with the state prosecutors, correct?
That's correct.
And I know it's been a long time since this happened, right?
Yes.
Now, if you notice up here, it says, can you tell us what those three letters are?
UTC?
Yeah, UTC. And given, do you recall it being explained to you that you have to do a conversion as far as the time?
Yes.
And that it's 5 hours behind?
I was not sure how many hours, but yes, I know there had to be a conversion on that.
Okay. And we'll get into that later on, but for purposes of the questioning right now, you do see that it says UTC, and you remember us having the discussion that it's 5 hours behind.
Okay, yes.
So when it says 12:49 a.m., it actually would be on the 25th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So these...
That's correct.
Okay, so just for the jury's purposes, the conversations around the injury, they weren't on the 26th,
they were on the date. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that. So, This is going on at night, I guess, right?
After the hospital visit, once she got home with my mom.
And you guys are texting all up until midnight and a little bit past, maybe?
Yes.
Okay, very well. So then, let's continue on. Here, where did we leave off?
Mr. Alaniz, can you,
Yes.
I wanted to see if you finished with the exhibit, and then after that, have a bench conference with you all.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
So where did you leave off, I'm sorry?
I left off, I already read the top portion. I need to read what's right there on a little bit higher. No, I mean like there,
Okay,
where it says yes.
okay.
So the response to her messages about the necrosis and the higher messages, my response was yes, yes he can. He and we should all be worried. And it says, yes, pobrecito ma. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this was a chat between my mom, her, and myself.
What do you mean by pobrecito?
Well, because if it was something poisonous, if what I was thinking, a poisonous spider, that's very, very painful. I've seen what I thought at the time. I'm thinking brown recluse or black widow, something poisonous, and I've had patients that have come in weeks after them being bitten, and it is just, it's bad. It's very painful. It's very painful to get treatment to correct it. It's horrible.
And pobrecito means poor, like
Yeah, like
poor child.
poor child. It must be very painful for him.
And I know you're not, I'm kind of asking you to translate, but not really, right? Pobrecito means like poor child.
Yes, that's correct.
And then, keep going.
So she messages me some emojis that we can't see him here, and then my response, she says, I'm going home right after.
Do you happen to remember what those emojis were? If you do.
They most of them were sad emojis from me and from her, again, because we're talking about how painful this must be for him. So they were all sad emoji faces.
And what is that?
Well, again, meaning like poor child, like the frowny face on the emoji.
Okay. Go on.
So she messages, I'm going right after, and then I message yes, and I'm telling her to measure his thighs, and to take pictures, and to check him in good lighting. Oh, so I say just measure his thighs and take pictures, check him in good lighting. She responds, yes, I will, with some emojis, and then I respond with emojis, and then I respond, keep me posted.
And this goes late into the night of the 25th, correct?
Yes.
All right, folks, can we approach?
Yes.
All right, members of the, if you can just remain seated while we do this, okay? Members of the jury, we're going to go ahead and cut off for lunch. Obviously, for those of you who may have brought something with you, you can eat here, you stay here. Those of you who plan to go out to eat lunch, just make sure and be back by 1:30, so we can get started once everybody's here present, okay? Remember that when you go out, if you happen to go out together or with anybody else, but the instructions that I gave you, I think this is the third time I gave you the instructions. Basically, if you need to remind yourselves of them, go to the instructions now before you go. But bottom line is, do not speak with anybody about this case. What you've heard so far is not ready to be discussed amongst yourselves or anybody else for that matter. Okay. Thank you all.
Please rise for adjournment.
When there is a, you know, one word that I think I would rather have the official interpretation of it. I don't think it'll become a problem so far. It's just been one words, two word type of thing. It's not a problem. But I would prefer that you just go ahead and jump right in. Just interject with your interpretation of it.
Okay, I would read the whole message that includes the word.
Yes.
And what I'll do,
Okay.
Your Honor, I'll wait.
Maybe a
I'll-
slight
I'll-
pause.
I'll pause so that she can say that.
Yeah,
If she
very
waits
good.
for my pause, she can say.
All right. That'll work. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
let's get the jury. Is that what? Lo dejé otra vez. Good afternoon, everyone. Please continue, Mr. Alani.
For the lunch break, we were talking about your text messages. And here on the line 12785, can you read what that says?
Yes, Dom's dad is asking if he can get necrosis.
Okay. Can you explain what necrosis is?
So necrosis is, to my knowledge, to what I've been taught, is when your skin starts deteriorating. It can happen just at the surface or at a level beneath it. Basically, it starts dying.
That's when your skin begins to die.
Yes.
Was there any necrosis visible to the upper layer of Dominic's skin?
No, not at all.
To your knowledge, did your sister continue to seek medical attention for the injury?
Yes, after the visit to the emergency room, she contacted the physician for my nephew, Dr. Antonio Rodriguez, to set up an appointment. But it was a little bit too far along, so she decided to set up the appointment anyways. But she took him to Vital Med.
Do you know also if she had gone to Doctor's Hospital?
I took her to Doctor's Hospital.
You took the baby, you took Griselda and baby Dominic to Doctor's Hospital?
Yes. The day of, after we finished checking him, we took him she got to my house approximately about 2:30. By 3:30, we were already en route to the hospital.
Okay. And, can I approach your Honor? I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 84.
Give me 1 second. Can you take that from the movie just in case we further interpret? Thank you.
These are hospital records from the visit at the ER.
And just so you know, that's only for the certified. Thank you. Just in case it's.
Which one? What was that? They haven't been introduced
84.
yet, but they were 5.
State what?
State moves to introduce Exhibit 84, the medical records from Doctor's Hospital.
Thank you. Admitted. State 84.
Okay, so at Doctor's Hospital, please tell the jury what happened.
We get there with baby Dominic, and he's taken, after we shared Dominic's name, date of birth, basic demographic information, to the ER front staff. He's taken to the back referring to get examined by the nurse practitioner or nurses that get to check him. My sister goes back there with them, and I can see her from afar talking to the nurses about Dominic as they are checking him.
And what sort of treatment do they do for him?
They did an x-ray, if I'm not mistaken. They also did a lab draw for lab work, basic vital signs, respirations, temperature, blood pressure. They checked his oxygen level.
Okay.
I believe, I know when we left, she left with the prescription for an antibiotic. I believe another one for a steroid. I believe it was some type of prednisone. And ibuprofen for pain.
Okay. I'm showing you from the medical records. Do you see here where it talks about, if you could read this line?
Instructions provided for allergic reaction, insect, local cellulitis, child. Follow-up and/or special medication instructions.
Okay, so, and then also the medications you just mentioned, right?
Yes, cephalexin, which is the antibiotic, and then prednisolone, which is the oral suspension of the steroid.
Where did they get the conclusion that it was an insect bite?
I imagine they came to that conclusion after me and my sister, after my sister shared in the ER that he had sustained an insect bite or some type of bite to his leg.
How much time had passed between the injury and this visit to the ER, do you know?
We were there within the hour of my sister getting home. However, I don't know at what time he sustained the injury at the park.
Okay. So you finish up with that treatment or the diagnosis that it's an insect bite, correct?
That's correct.
And he's given those medications?
That's correct.
And what if anything happens after that?
We go home. By this time, my mom has already shown up at the ER. So my sister leaves with my mom and my nephew home, and I leave to my house.
Okay. Now let's get to the 26th of March, which would be the next day. Okay? We're going to move into the next day. Did you have the opportunity to communicate with your sister by text?
Yes.
And what was the general subject matter around that, about that?
Following up to see how my nephew was doing.
Okay. If I may approach you on it.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 492. I'm going to ask you to look at that. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
These are text messages between me and my sister.
Tender. This is also. To offer 492, Your Honor.
Any objection? States 492 is admitted.
Okay. Now, up here on line 12828, okay, do you recall what those web searches were for?
Yes, I was I was sharing a link with her. The first one, if we were able to click on it right now, it should be a charting schedule for dosing for, I believe it was Tylenol, and the bottom one is for Benadryl.
And those are websites you sent her,
Yes, that's correct.
okay? Then on line 12841, you can,
That is me texting her to see how, it says, how's Dominic? The following line says, how did he pass the night? And I'm telling her, jumping in the shower, don't forget his medicine right now. I was reminding her of the dosing schedule.
okay,
The following message says, it's from her to me. It says, I see him the same, foot still swollen, his thigh is still swollen and hard. He didn't cry all night and slept, but I woke up to check on him and give him his meds at their times, and he took them. No fever or vomiting, and his abdomen is still soft. His foot is still cold. And the other one is hot. I'm taking him as soon as the doctor opens, taking him to LMC ER.
you continue texting that day?
Yes.
We can start here at line 12847.
This is me texting her. Okay, yes, keep me posted. Keep up with the medicine schedule. She replies, yes, I am. I have the alarms for when I need to give them to him. I message you when I'm at the doctor's, and I respond, okay. Show him our pics, and that we suspect it to be a brown recluse or a black widow. Yes, I will. Send me the other ones you took besides the ones you sent. I have Mommy's phone and yours. My camera is broken, so they're too blurry. I only have those two, was my response to her.
Okay, so,
Okay.
so here, your instructions to her were that for her to show the doctor
The photos.
the photos, okay. Okay, you can continue here on 12859. So she's still.
Okay, I'll let you know what they tell me. And I respond, okay.
Okay, what's her mood at this time, her demeanor, how is she?
I was not in front of her, but she was very concerned because when we checked his foot at my house before taking him to the ER, his foot was already feeling slightly colder than the other one, and you could see modeling on his lower part of his leg towards where his foot is. You could already see some color changes. And I imagine by this time, I didn't have Dominic in front of me, but I imagine by this time when she says that his leg is still cold, it might have been slightly colder than what I had felt the day before.
So even after doctor's hospital, she's telling you the next day she's going, or she's telling you she's gonna go to LMC now, or she's gonna go see a doctor, so she's still scared about what's happening.
Yes.
Okay. And then on 12871.
This is for my sister. Stupid doctor didn't want to see Dominic until 2. I brought him to Vital Med on McPherson. My response, okay, great. My response, he's an idiot.
Okay, so you guys are pretty much being frustrated about what's going on, right?
Yes.
Okay. You want him to be seen.
Yes.
Does he eventually get to Vital Med?
Yes, he does.
And does he eventually get to see his pediatrician?
Yes, he does. He sees my mom takes them to Vital Med first, and then they still follow up with Dr. Rodriguez as indicated by the ER.
by now, and you testified to this earlier, but prior to March 25th, Dominic was able to walk on his own, right? Even run.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did he ever improve to the point where he could actually walk or run?
He never, ever, ever walk again.
Did you ever have to lend her anything as to assist him in walking?
Yes, I'm not too sure if she messaged me or phone called me asking if she could borrow my stroller that I use for my son, Tristan. She had a stroller too, but once they finished using their stroller, she would always donate to the daycare, whatever, tools that she had for the kiddos so other kids from the daycare could use them. And none of us were using strollers anymore. The only reason I had mine is I had stored it in the storage. She told me she wanted to borrow the stroller to see if that would motivate Dominic to try to start walking again with the support of him being sitting and standing and not forcing him just to get up and walk.
Okay. I'm gonna approach you on her.
You may.
I'm gonna go ahead and show you what are marked as state exhibits 497 and 499.